work, kind of balancing your personal life and balancing on your, let's say, professional life. But without further ado, I would like to give the floor to Pablo. You want to also respect your time. Thank you very much for coming, Pablo. And I have met Pablo first a couple of years ago, actually at Masdar. I was still working at the Masdar Institute, and you were with Etihad. I remember the first innovation project you told me about was these horse carriages. And I had no idea that something like that even exists in this world. So it was quite interesting. And I think your journey also has, let's say, has a lot of milestones before you reach there. And also since then you have moved on, and you have some new things going on in your life. But I'll let you tell the students. We also have faculty and staff members here today, so quite an audience. Please go ahead and tell us about yourself a little bit, and then go into the topic of today. And again, thank you very much from everybody's behalf for coming.
Yeah, so first of all, good afternoon to everyone. I would like to thank Professor Petra and the organizers for inviting me to this online session. Today, as you know, my name is Pablo Oliveira Brizio. I'm an innovator, technology generalist, and an inventor in my free time, let's say. In 25 years of career, I had the privilege to work around the world in South America, where I come from, US and the Middle East, in some amazing and great companies such as IBM, GE, Orange, Etihad, and currently at Abu Dhabi ports in Abu Dhabi. So, so today I'm going to share with you 5 short stories that have been important for me along my career. It's not like great achievements, but there are things that were important to me, gave me a lesson, and something that I think I can share with you. Some of you might relate to this lessons, and that's the spirit of today. Just tell my part of the story. There's no good and bad in innovation or right and wrong. It's just a different perspective of life and things. So I hope you enjoy. We'll keep it very open and informal. If you want to interrupt me at any time, please go ahead. If you prefer to do the Q&A at the end, that's also fine with me as well. So now what I will do, I'll just put the camera off so I can concentrate on the presentation, and I will share my presentation because I use Teams as well, and I know how it works. Sometimes there is a problem with the audio. So I have like 3 videos along the presentation. So if there's a problem with the audio, please let me know. And I'll have to pause and reshare again. That's the only challenge. Okay, so I'll stop the camera now and I'll start the sharing. Okay, and then let's go here. All right, everybody can see the screen?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, okay, great. So the first story I would like to share with you is this one, story number 1. The title of the story, I mean, I chose a title to make it more personal. It's Back to the Future, and it's related to the film that you see on the right. Maybe because of your age, some of you maybe movie, but it was very famous at the time. It was a revolution at the time, and had a profound impact on myself. So this movie from 1989 inspired me to design and file for my first patent. So after I came out of the cinema, I asked myself, why do we need to wait for the future to have these amazing gadgets that were shown in the film? And in the film, the future was 2015. Yeah. So so this had an impact on myself, and I decided, why can't we have this today? At least some of them, right? So I decided to take the challenge and start, working on some of this gadgets, and I'll show you a scene of the film in a minute. okay? So you can understand better.
Power laces, all right.
So the star actor, it's called Marty McFly, yeah, and he wears these auto lacing shoes, right? So, so I was asking myself, why do we have to wait? So I started to work on this problem. I started gathering materials, and at the time, I mean, I was going through some personal, very challenging moments in my life. That actually delayed my progress for many years. I was going through a tough personal, private circumstance in my life, but still, you know, after it all got better, I continue my pursuit to build my first prototype, you know, of the first auto lacing shoe. And as I said, I come from South America, so you can imagine in South America we have less resources. I had to bring things from the US, bring from different places. I was asking for parts that did not exist, you know, so it was a big challenge. But finally, over the years, and when I saw the film, I was 19 years old. By the way, I was 19 years old, so I was not really ready with the knowledge and all the things to make my first prototype. And then all this personal circumstance came, so it took some years. Finally, I got this prototype working. Some of the challenges was the power source, right? Because I needed like a form factor small enough to fit in the shoe, at the same time powerful enough to activate the actuators. So the circuit that you see that I designed, I mean, it has a very simple principle to save energy. So I would actuate each actuator sequentially, so I didn't have to use so much power, right? So it worked amazingly well. Of course, it was a very rough prototype. It was not market ready, okay, but it was very good. So I decided to talk to Nike because in the film you see Nike shoes are there. You know, I talked to them. I told them, look, I have something that might be of interest, and they were based in Argentina. I was working for IBM in Uruguay at the time. I took one day off. I can remember. I got my backpack. I put the shoe inside. Just imagine how would it be to travel today with something like this in your backpack in an airport, right? Impossible, a nightmare. Yeah, at that time it was not so bad. At that time, you know, I could get through customs, explain to them, yes, look, I'm an inventor. I'm taking this to Nike. So I met in Argentina this guy from Nike. He was the head of South America. It was an American guy. And I remember I went to his office while I was waiting outside with the secretary. You know, I was making sure all the cables were fine, no disconnections. And when I came in, I introduced myself. I put the shoe on the table and pressed the button, you know, without noise because it's a noiseless actuator. You know, it started auto lacing one by one. And I cannot tell you the face of this guy. He was truly amazed. He tried to disguise it somehow because, of course, he couldn't be so open, right? I mean, he was on the other side of the desk, let's say. And he said, look, Pablo, you know, I think this is amazing, but it's not my word. I have to ask the lawyers about this. And 2 weeks later, or 3 weeks later, I got from the lawyers a letter telling me that, you know, they were working on something similar and, well, they were not really interested on this kind of thing. So at that time, open innovation, those of you that have heard about the term open innovation, you know, would know what it is. So open innovation is when companies, they open to the world and they accept ideas from anybody and they work with the outside world. So open innovation did not exist at that time. And companies spending millions of dollars in R&D and, you know, like very expensive facilities could not understand how somebody out of the blue, right, came out with this kind of ideas. And what's interesting is the market was putting pressure on Nike to develop something like this real, you know, over the years. Not when I was there, because I think I was a bit ahead of of the trend or the pressure from the market. But eventually, Nike in 2015 they released their version of the shoe. And I forgot to mention that I got a patent for this. But my patent was a bit of a weak patent because it did not. It was not registered in the U.S. It was registered in my country only, and it was difficult to defend against Nike, right? So yeah, years later, I was recognized by the media to be the first auto lacing shoe in the world, the first patent, I would say, and that's it. I mean, it didn't work commercially, but it was a great experience for me. It was my first patent. I learned a lot, and one of the things I learned, I want to share with you is this. Okay, so the lesson number one I learned is having a good idea of product is not enough, right? So the business side of things and the strategy is as important or more than your technical solution. So I thought, look, I have a good technical solution. It's not perfect, of course. I mean, it's not market ready, but I mean, big companies can help me to convert it into a market ready product. But unfortunately, I came to realize that, you know, things are different in the real world, and you need a strategy, you need a business contingency, you need to understand the business side of things. So that was my first, you know, like moment when I realized that, yeah, innovation is great, invention is great, but by itself, it's many times not enough. You need to have the business side also in consideration. Now, this is the second story, all right? And it's about the number pi. I'm sure some of you know what pi is. Some of you, because of your majors or your careers, maybe, you know, maybe you saw it in school, but, you know, okay, but pi, it's a very interesting constant that it's seen across careers, right? Whether it's science careers, STEM careers, or even you know, the human careers, or you know, the like psychology or sociology. They see this when they see statistics. So pi actually it's everywhere. And for some reason, don't ask me why, but I got obsessed. I've got obsessed with pi. I was in my early 20s, okay, very early 20s, and I got obsessed with this. Probably was an escape from something else, okay? But anyway, whenever I immersed myself inside pi, I felt, you know, I was comfortable. And I was searching, what I was doing with pi, I was searching for small clusters of order or patterns at infinity, as I like to call it, you know? So what is it that I was looking for? I was just looking for simple patterns or simple correlations that maybe could repeat over time, right? So I was not looking for a full pattern of pi, but I was looking for some hints of order. Yeah, and I really got obsessed. I mean, I couldn't sleep, I couldn't eat. My social life was a disaster, you know. My girlfriend at the time was telling me, Pablo, you know, I mean, we cannot continue like this. This is, I mean, you're obsessed with this, and your life, you know, it's going nowhere, right? So, but let me tell you what happened. Okay, so I had at the time, what tools did I have? I have a 386 PC compatible, so that's a very old computer for those of you that don't know what it is. It was one of the first, you know, IBM compatible computers at the time, green screen, DOS operating system, you know, and my tools was a basic compiler, basic programming language, and my database, let's say, was 10,000 digits of pi to work with, because I had bought a book in the US about pi, and at the end it had like 10,000 digits, and that was my database. It was very small database to work with, but at least was something just to start playing around, let's say. So let me show you some of the curiosities I found. This is one of them. Yeah. And actually, I stopped. All right, I stopped. But let me show you before I stopped what I found. So I found something very, very simple. All right. And if you ask me, does it have any scientific value? I would say no. It has a curiosity value, a mathematical curiosity value. That's it. A curiosity. Right. So curiosities, you don't know where it will lead you to. Okay. So I found that if you add up the 6 digits after the comma, the 6 decimals, plus the next 6 decimals, plus the next 6 decimals, you know, there was something interesting. So this number, it was you know, some numbers ahead. It was there, coming in pi, right? So it was like a beginning of something, but it was not conclusive. It's nothing, because the 15 was causing a problem, right? So I struggled, and even I had dreams about this. And one day I wake up out of a dream, and the answer came in the dream. Yeah, the answer came in the dream, and it was correct. I went to check it, it was correct. So 15 is the number of places you have to move, you know, after the third 6 numbers to reach to this 88419. Okay, so once again, this is a curiosity. It's nothing more than that. And because I was getting obsessed, I left this. I found other like little curiosities, but I did not continue working. And one day, 10 years later, when I was doing some order in my papers, I came across this small research, you know, and I said, you know, when you make order in your room or your papers, you throw a lot of things, yeah? So I had this and I said, should I throw this away? I mean, does it have any value? What should I do with this? So I decided, well, I mean, let's ask somebody that knows about it, okay? I will not make the decision myself. So I ask these people, and maybe some of you know these people, Wolfram, you know, they are the makers of Mathematica, yeah, the competitor of MATLAB. So I don't know what Abu Dhabi University uses, if MATLAB or Mathematica, but they're like the 2 main softwares for maths in the market, or at least at that time they were. And Wolfram Alpha, that is very popular today as well. So I sent them an email. I told them, look, you know, 10 years back, I was playing around. I found this, for me, it's a curiosity, but I really don't know what to do. Should I, you know, throw it away? What should I do? And they told me, look, Pablo, we think it's, from a curiosity perspective, it's interesting, and we would like to include it in the online resource and in the printed version of the encyclopedia as well. So I was really humbled by this, you know, and I was really, you know, happy that, you know, somebody saw value in something so insignificant and some simple, right? Because it does not lead anywhere, but apparently, as a curiosity, it has a little place, yeah. So this is something very interesting, and the lesson I learned from this, lesson number 2, is never underestimate nor discard your simple ideas or work, even if they are partial or non-conclusive. Someday it could be an inspiration for others, maybe building blocks for people, or nowadays, you know, machines to construct on top of them in the future. Okay, so I was happy to learn this. You know, something that for you it's insignificant could have value for others, or could be building blocks for the future. All right. Now, I found other curiosities inside Pi, but as I said, I didn't continue. Maybe the day I retire, I will continue this if I can control the obsession. But yeah, it was a nice experience. Now, story number 3. Story number 3 is helping Mother Nature. Okay, so this story is about, I was hired by Etihad Cargo some years back to build their innovation department from the ground up. Okay, so before I joined, they didn't have an innovation department on the cargo side. So this company belonging to the Etihad Group. And it was very interesting. It was very interesting because I found it very good that they were open to ideas and they were open to experiment. And usually traditional industries or businesses, they are more reluctant to innovation because of their history, of the culture. Yeah, so aviation and cargo, they are very like traditional kind of businesses where everything follows a very strict protocol. So I was happy they were open to new ideas and somehow at least they had the will to make an innovation department. So when I joined them, something very interesting happened. The first day in the office, everything was very hectic. A lot of stress, people running, a lot of discomfort, a lot of pressure. So I asked one of my colleagues, sorry to ask you, my name is Pablo, I'm new here, but what's going on? Is this normal? I mean, it's what is happening? I see like there's a lot of distress and they said, Pablo, you don't know? I said, no, I don't know. I just joined. So he said, well, the problem, Pablo, is that we're having fog, heavy fog at the airport, and we're having massive disruptions, and we are losing millions of dollars per day. Okay, millions of dollars in canceled flights, lost luggage, insurance for passengers, hotels for passengers, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There's like a long list of why disruption at airports costs a lot of money. It's you're not affecting only the people traveling in that flight, you're also affecting the flights coming, right? So if they go to another destination, they're catching another flight, those get disrupted as well. So so it was my first days in the office, really, and I was shocked by this, right? And I said, well, I'm the new senior innovation manager here. I should be at least thinking of a solution. Yeah, I mean, it's not my job to really tackle this, but as an employee, you should be trying to help your company as well, right? I mean, not only doing your job, but having the big picture of how you fit in and how you can collaborate, right? Add value to what you're doing. Yeah? So I asked myself. Sorry, let me check. Is the audio fine? I mean, everything is fine. I just, I don't want to talk like 1 hour and then there's a technical issue. So everybody's hearing me fine?
Yes, very fine, very good.
Okay, great. Thank you. I will continue now. So, so my first reaction was say, yes, I want to help. How can I help? I need to come up with an idea. Yeah. Now, past this reaction, my second, more logical thought was, okay, Pablo, what do you know yourself about fog? I said, well, I don't know much about fog, more than the average person knows about fog, right? So it doesn't help much. But here's the interesting part, when you're an innovator, I mean, you don't have to be the smartest person in the room, right? You need to be able to reach the resources and the right people to help you solve the problem, right? So that was an innovator, what he does, right? He's a link, he's an enabler, he's a catalyst for things to happen. So I said, well, I don't know how to solve it, but I will find somebody that can help me, maybe not to solve it, but to do something about it, yeah? So I said, well, let's go to the internet. I will search for research papers on fog, but I don't want research paper from US or from Europe. I want research papers from scientists from the region, people that know how fog forms here and what are the intricacies of fog in the region. And this first guess, let's say, was spot on, because later I learned that, for example, here the formation of fog, the dust particles plays a major role for one of the types of fogs that you have in the region. So my first assumption to try to get local knowledge was quite important, because other models from other parts of the world did not have into consideration so much this dust particles in the air and how they affect. Okay, so I looked for some papers. I could not understand. Maybe I understood 10% of what it was written, but it was enough for me to, maybe assess if they had any merit or they could help us in some way, right? So I found one of these papers from Professor Hosni Gadida, that he wrote many years back before I found it, online. And today, with LinkedIn and all these sources, it's very easy to reach people. So I dropped him an email or a LinkedIn, I don't remember. And then I told him, look, hello, my name is Pablo, blah, blah, blah. I'm just joined Etihad. And I understand that, you wrote this paper on folk, and I would like to have a discussion with you to understand more of how you could help us with this problem we're having, okay? And so. And I got very positive response. Many times, you say, okay, they will not answer, or maybe they're doing something else, maybe they went to another country. But coincidentally, or by luck, I would say, he was still in Abu Dhabi, or he was still in the region, he was here. And he was very close to me, actually. He was in Masdar, working for Masdar, and he had a team working on weather, not on fogs specifically, but on weather. So I approached him and I explained to him, look, we're having this problem, is the national carrier, is there any way that you could shift your research from weather specifically to fog? Because we need a way to predict it better, and to, have some data, maybe install some sensors, et cetera, et cetera. And so I implanted this idea. Now, in parallel, I was looking for dispersion methods. So when you want to tackle fog, there's two approaches, right? One is predictive or prediction. So you can predict better when the fog will hit you, and you can take contingency measures. So that's more on data analytics or more on the analytics side. And the other one is more on the physical side, and that this is dispersion method. So how can we get rid of fog, maybe using drones, or maybe using certain crystals or chemicals, etc. So I was also exploring version 2, but version 2 or the dispersion method was a bit more difficult and expensive to test. All right. So now, I will not go into details, but I will tell you the truth. I was getting a lot of challenge in my company. People saying, well, Pablo, you cannot change Mother Nature. This is the way it's been all, since the beginning. There's nothing you can do, right? And I said, well, maybe I'm not going to change it, but if I can help, maybe to have a better prediction model than the one we had, and people were still very aseptic, but I had the support of my VP, so I was sure that I was doing the right thing, at least trying. So these people, this professor team, they were working on very advanced models to predict weather. And of course, one of the components of weather was, and they started to look into this more seriously. And finally, and of course, it was not my area, right? It was innovation. So I got the team inside Etihad that was in charge of all this disruption and told them, look, I found this team. They have a good model. I think might be better than what we have. Why don't we give it a try? Why don't we do some tests? And they did, and the model was better, and we got very good results. And there was an agreement, a very important agreement between Etihad and Masdar Institute that, they were going to use this model. They used this model actually. And it helped a lot. And the next step was to do this dispersion method, but then things change, and I left the company some time later. But this was very good. So the lesson for me in this case is if you're convinced you're doing the right things to solve a problem, even when everybody around you is not taking you seriously, believe in yourself and go after the solution. Okay? So if you are convinced you're doing the right thing, of course, I'm not saying to be stubborn and, you know, if people show you you're wrong, to persist. But in this case, I mean, nothing was really stopping me from trying to solve this problem. So I found this team 14 days after joining the company. Yeah. And the company had been operating for 14 years or 13 years when I joined. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, it's not because I'm special. I'm not special. I'm a common person. It's just that because I come from an innovation background, I see things a little bit different, you know, and this is why, you know, we tackled the problem in a different way, and it was a good thing. Now, I'm going to go to the story is called A Solution from Another Planet. Just let me please refer me to my notes on this. Yeah, so this was also a story from my times in cargo, okay? And one problem that we had in the airport, in the ramp, is that many of the assets, like dollies, like, you know, many of the metal assets were exposed to the sun, right? So they didn't have like the proper coating. And in summer, if you touch something that is being in the sun, you can really burn yourself. Okay, so we were doing some tests with special nano coatings. It was not just paint; it was special nano coatings that have some perspective and other thermal properties. But we were in winter, so we couldn't wait for the summer to test the solution. And we were working also with another team, Dr. Choi teams in Masdar, and they had like a little chamber, like an oven, you know, like chamber that you can set parameters of humidity and temperature, but it was very small, very small. So actually, we needed to test things like this, you know, like this is like 3 meters by 4 meters. So this is the size we're talking about, very heavy, very big. And yeah, of course, we could use maybe sample materials, but when you want to study like a system, yeah, and the interrelation of the different parts and make like a model, you know, it's better if you have some real ways to test this, yeah. So so discussing with the team, with Dr. Choi from Masdar, you know, he was also very cooperative and willing to help, and always very detailed about the solution. I just needed some data that I could, you know, compare. Like we had different providers of nano coatings. I just wanted to know which one is better. Okay, and I couldn't do like a live test because, as I said, we were in winter, so we needed to simulate somehow the conditions of winter and try to see the performance, like external party measuring the performance of these nano coatings, not rely on the data sheet, or, you know, because this will be implemented across many assets in the airport, and it was very important. So what was very interesting is that one day, you know, I see Dr. Choi, you know, he was very meditative and thinking and very concentrated, and he was not responding to me, right? So I said, but Dr. Choi, I mean, are you following me? What is in your mind? Can you share what's in your mind? And he said, well, Pablo, you know, I used to work for NASA. I said, yeah, oh, I didn't know that you used to work for NASA. Yes, I used to work for JPL. JPL stands for Jet Propulsion Laboratory in the US, where they test all the rockets, performance of rockets. And you know, when they were starting to plan all the missions to Mars, yeah, they had this massive chamber or room where they could set all the properties of the planet, you know, and simulate different conditions of the planet, right? So he said, yeah, I could, you know, a very humble, you know, a very humble person. Yes, I could reach some of my colleagues, some of my friends, and ask them if, you know, for Etihad, we can really get access to the laboratory and make some real tests so you can put your massive equipment in there. I said, no, Dr. Choi, I mean, this is too much. I just need some simple things. Thank you very much. But I really, you know, I think, I mean, if we cannot get a bigger chamber, we'll just use this small chamber that we have and we'll put some in there, right? But so I was amazed how this person was thinking. Yeah, I was asking for some little help, and he was thinking, you know, how he can help us and support us with this massive JPL chamber in the US. You know, so for me, you know, the lesson in this case is never hesitate to ask what you need. You never know to what extent some people are willing to help. Sometimes way beyond your expectations. This was way beyond my expectations, you know. But yeah, when you ask extraordinary people, you get sometimes extraordinary answers. Yeah. So this was another of the lessons that that I learned. Now, going to the final lesson. And this once again is about cargo industry. Yeah, about the cargo industry. This is, I mean, at the time that I was working, the company was doing very well in pharmaceuticals. You know, and pharmaceuticals, as you might know, they need some temperature control units. You know, they need to maintain the temperature. So when it gets to Abu Dhabi, it's very hot outside. So either some airports, they use like cold trucks. Yeah, I think there's somebody with a mic on. If you don't mind putting your mic off, please. Thank you. So in Abu Dhabi, it's very hot. Okay, so we were about to buy some standard pool dollies, but the problem is that pool dollies usually work with you know, with fuel, and they contaminate a lot, right? So also, you know, the company was doing very well, and you know, we were striving to be leaders in the industry. So I suggested to them, why don't we make our own smart and sustainable green, you know, electric pool dolly for this. Okay, we drive the industry, we show leadership, right? We make it from scratch. Okay, we don't rely on this old fashioned. Also, the trucks were out of the question because big trucks, they pose a lot of risk because they maneuver near the plane, and they have some limitation on the radius of the curve, the radius curve, and they pose a threat, okay, a risk to the airplane. So I did some documents, okay, with the idea, and I circulated the idea. So this video you will see now, I hope you can hear the audio. It's a short video about that time.
Etihad Cargo saw an opportunity to reimagine the cool dolly to make it more sustainable, efficient and reliable.
We initially came up with a concept design document so we can discuss the original idea with the different stakeholders and departments, but there was still something missing. Then we decided, let's build something physical that people can actually see and touch, so we can all be in the same page and go forward. I hope you heard the audio over there. Yeah. So this is what happened. I mean, I came with this idea. I circulated the idea. I made some documents, and people were saying, "Yes, Pablo, yeah, nice idea, but you know, we don't know if this will work. Actually, you know, it's you know." So there was a lot of questions, you know, valid questions, and there was a lot of risk, etc. So what I decided to do is, okay, people are not getting it. So I went to Musafa myself, I went to a workshop. I told them, look, I need to make like a aluminum dolly like this, right? I remember, you know, getting some tech thermoelectric coolers, this, you know, passive state coolers that on one side it's hot, the other side is hot. From the US myself, you know, I said, well, I claimed the money later. I just want this to show them that this works, and this, you know, it's an interesting thing to do. So the idea was to have like a smart dolly. So the plane is coming, we know what's inside, and we have these dollies in the ramp. These dollies can be addressed individually, you know, like if they had an IP address, for example. Yeah, and so we can remotely assign and set, okay, dolly number 5, please set yourself to, you know, 15 degrees because you're waiting for this pallet and this pharma coming, you know, at this time. So pre-cool yourself for this condition. And then the plan was to have this RFID inside. So when the pallet goes inside, the right pallet and the right temperature. Yeah, and the beauty I was envisioning to use this passive, you know, or this technologies, thermoelectric coolers, because, you know, if you use it in Europe, you could put it, you know, because it's very cold, you can use the hot aspect of the module, and if you have it in the Middle East, you can put the cold aspect of it. Now, the idea was good, and we discussed it with Masdar Institute that were helping us. Masdar were helping us, and they said, look, it's a very good idea. We also have worked with this technology before, but they told me after some experiments that there's like a parameter from the technology, this delta T, that says that even if you put more energy to the system, you cannot get the device to surpass this delta T. There was about 19 degrees difference from outside to inside. So it was not enough. Imagine today here with a temperature of 50 degrees outside or maybe more in the ramp. It was not possible to reach the temperatures we needed. So we discarded this idea of the tech, but still we went for electric, and we did some innovations on the electric. We had some swappable batteries. So it was a 24/7 operations of this dolly, and we made a prototype. We got the company to fund a prototype. The prototype was very successful. We were finalists in the Air Cargo Innovation Awards in that year, and we were recognized by IATA for the effort of the team, you know. And it was very good. Finally, it was not rolled out because other reasons, but the prototype was working quite well, and also the smart part was not implemented, but it was like a second phase. Even on the bottom right, we celebrated with like a bar. We made like a bar, just coffee and juices, huh? And we had ice, and we had this celebration inside the cool dolly, and it was very good. It was very good, and also the lesson from this project, from this idea, is if people cannot see or fully understand your idea, make them experience it. Okay, so that's why sometimes people need to feel, need to touch, need to see a mock-up, need to see a prototype. This is extremely, extremely important for people to understand what you're talking about. Okay. Now I said I will talk about five ideas, but actually I have one small story more, a bonus story for you, and it's very small, but I wanted to finish the stories with one more, and with one more lessons learned as well. Okay, so it's time to celebrate story, let's say. So I don't know if you know, but every 14th of March, universities, schools, engineers, scientific community, math fans around the world celebrate Pi Day. Okay, this is something massive around the world. So because I was aware, and you can relate to my previous story, and because all the world celebrates this, I convinced somehow my current company, Abu Dhabi Ports, that it would be a good sign to support the scientific communities and, as an open innovation initiative, that we also celebrate Pi Day somehow from the port side, supporting all these communities. Now, they like the idea, but we had to find a way to make it relevant to us as well. So the problem or the puzzle is, how can we celebrate Pi Day, be meaningful and also link it to our industry somehow. Okay, so we thought about what can we do, and then finally we came up with this idea, and this is the final video I will share with you. Fingers crossed the sound is on. So now the final lesson, let's say, of this small story is that innovation is a fascinating journey. It's about approaching life with passion, curiosity, and a positive attitude. And along the way, try to have some fun and help others. Thank you very much.
Okay, so thank you very much. And I think this was a very good kind of recollection of innovator's mindset. Let's say that really looking into the world, not like judging, but or either not perceiving, but looking for opportunities for solving problems, right?
Yeah. So it's a different way to see innovation, right? I mean, it's find different opportunities to add value along the way. So it's not like maybe traditional approaches, but thinking in a new way. Also, what I found very interesting, and it's a concept in innovation that is called cross-pollination. So, I found very useful to have worked in different industries, because I can relate to how things are done in some of those industries. And sometimes you can extrapolate, or you can incorporate or adapt with some changes, things from other industries to the industry you're working on at the moment. So cross-pollination is very important. To have the mind open and to see what's going on is very important. Sometimes what I see is many professionals, they know a lot about their field, their industry, but they don't know much of what's going on around them or in other industries. So that's why I like to understand more than one industry. I like to understand more than one ecosystem and see, because many times you need to make them work together, or maybe you need to borrow some ideas and adapt them.
Yeah, sounds very good. And I think also other things like about these learnings that you had in your journey is very similar to what we're teaching, like never let go, and there's no bad ideas really, that sometimes maybe it's not the right context or the right timing, but developing it further, or maybe borrowing a little bit from here and sharing. And yeah, it's all good. The only thing that I is maybe something a bit concerning, of course, our students, is the very first story about, like, let's say, not being able to protect your idea. And this is a frequent question from our students. Like, we attend to a lot of innovation contests and students, or STEM contests, and if they have a good idea, they're sometimes like, should I go and tell it? Like, how can I protect it? And should I get a provisional patent? Or I usually say that idea as such doesn't really have the value yet. You have to have a prototype or something, and then you're starting to talk about having something. But how would you advise on that aspect?
So yeah, it's a very big topic. It's a very big topic, but it's something that it's a very valid question. So what I would say is, I mean, usually the phases are you come out with an idea either because you identify there's a pain in the market, or and this is where the difference between inventors and entrepreneurs, right? So entrepreneurs, I mean, the good thing is that they find a pain in the market and then they try to come up with an idea that adds value to those customers that are facing this challenge. Now, the inventor has a different approach. Inventor, comes out with the idea like this. It just came, I woke up, I just have this idea. Sometimes this idea, it's a real pain, sometimes it's not, right? So, but anyway, regardless if inventor or entrepreneur, the steps are more or less the same. You need first to go to the market and see how the idea is solved today, or they're trying to solve it today. If your way to tackle the idea is better, it's adding value, either less cost, simpler, whatever, I mean, benefit it can take, then you need to build a prototype, right? It doesn't have to be an expensive prototype. And it depends. Are we talking about software? Are we talking about hardware? But you can today, even for hardware, you have all this Arduinos and all this rapid prototyping, 3D printing to do things. And this is very, very easy to do. Okay, so you need a prototype. Then, if you're really serious about it, you can get what's called a provisional patent application, and you can file very cheaply in the US. And this gives you like 1 year date, let's say, 1 year to test the market. I'm talking about US specifically, 1 year to test the market. And then if you get traction from the market, then you can go for a non-provisional, so the real thing. But the benefit is that you will get the date from the initial provisional patent. So this helps a lot. And then you can decide if you have to patent in Europe or other places. But usually this is very expensive. So today there's what's called licensing, and this is like what I recommend in most cases, because people think it's the traditional way. I have an idea, I have to make a company. Not necessarily, and it does not apply for inventors usually, because inventors, we come up with ideas like every day, right? So if we're going to make a company for every idea we have, it's impossible to do it. So the other way to do it is to license, so to go to companies that manufacture this product, and then they don't pay anything up front. They will just pay you a small percentage every time they sell 1 or 100 or 1 million. They will pay something. So it's a process. And regarding about talking, yes, you have to be careful. You have to be careful. I mean, you need to be smart about. You cannot protect your idea in a way that you're not talking to anybody. You're not making any progress, right? So you need to. Once you have the protection, you can discuss the idea with some colleagues or people that are close to you, or give you like a good perspective, and help you to build on that. So it's, and also when you talk to companies, you can give them like a highlight of what it is. But if you want to go into deeper discussions, usually you ask them to sign an NDA. They will not sign an NDA the first time, but if you create a relation with them, and they see that you're serious and they are serious, then nobody will have a problem signing an NDA. But don't go and say, oh, I want to talk about my idea, but you have to sign my NDA. This is like a very aggressive approach, and does not work.
Okay. We have a question here from Carlson.
Excuse me?
We had a question from Carlson, one of our students. Please go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you so much for the session. It was really amazing. So my name is Kulsum, and I'm from the health sciences major. And I'm very interested in innovation. I had a couple of questions for you. So one question was that, what is your educational qualification, or what is your major in? Because you've been working in a couple of environments which are diverse, which are very different from each other. So how do you deal with that?
Yeah. Okay. Good question. So let me answer in this way, right? So I was I was a child inventor, let's say. Okay. So I started from a very early age, inventing new things. But I came to terms with that as a grown-up, as an adult. My wife, she's a psychologist, and she helped me to understand that, I invent things since a very early age. And being a child is very difficult to assess if your kid is an inventor or he's just playing, right? Then I started to work in many industries in like leading edge technologies and fields, for IBM, for GE. So I started, it was more on the engineering side, but it was always with innovation, with new products, very close to R&D, very close to the market. And then one day, I decided, and when I started working, the innovation did not exist, nor as a subject, nor as something that you could study. It was something that, companies did innovation at an R&D level, but they didn't have open innovation to work with the public, right? So I think I got more and more into innovation as years went by, and it's something that I felt I was ready for, because I had a 360 understanding of different industries and technologies. I worked in industrial automation, I worked in IT, I work in RFID, IoT and tracking systems. I work in so many fields. For example, in the first oil and gas tracking personnel in an offshore oil gas in the UAE. So many industries that I said, well, I want to take this seriously in work in innovation, get maybe some qualifications, but I already had the background of innovation from before. And just to give you an idea, when I joined Etihad Cargo, and I applied as an innovation senior innovation manager, they told me, okay, Pablo, we like your background. I think it fits a lot with what we're looking for, but what do you know about our industry? And I said, look, to be honest, I don't know much. And they said, good, this is what we're looking for. If we hire somebody that has been working on innovation in cargo for 20 years, he would not be probably very innovative. So they liked somebody that had this breadth of experience across sectors. And that's why I always like to be ahead of the curve. Now, for example, I'm about to graduate in a master in blockchain. Not because blockchain or it's my thing, it's because I need to know. I need to be ready and ahead of the game in different aspects to help and to help my company. Okay, so my background is in engineering management, electronics engineering technology, and now it's going to be blockchain. But actually, it's not about degrees or qualifications. It's about the person. It's about being curious. It's about thinking out of the box, and it's having the right attitude. I always put the same example. You can put 5 genius people in a room, 5 geniuses in a room, right? Maybe PhDs in their own fields. And the output, if they don't have the right synergies, the right attitude, the output will be zero, right? If you put like 5 average smart people in a room with the right chemistry, with the right attitude, with the right collaboration, with the right trust, the output would be enormous. So this is the way I like to see it. I hope I answer your question somehow.
Well, yes, you did. I had one more question as well. I
Sure.
wanted to ask, what are the legal aspects of innovation? So when you develop a product, and what after that? What is the steps that you have to take after that, so that you could be legally covered and your product won't be copied?
Very good question. Very good question. So, for example, let's put an example of my current job. So, on my current job, we didn't have like an IP policy, so intellectual property policy. So I initiated the process. I looked into the market. We took DED, Department of Economic Development, as a reference. for the IP policy. Of course, I involved experts on the legal side, and now we have an IP policy. So the first thing, if you work for a company, they need to have an IP policy, right? Because this gives the employees the transparency that they are covered when they come up with ideas, and that the policy will dictate what's the process and what's the rights of the employees. Okay, and this varies companies to companies. My experience of 25 years of working for like top multinationals, I can tell you that 90 or 95% of the time, the companies, usually international companies, tend to be very strict and a bit, they just say, look, if you invent something and you're working for us, it's our patent. Yeah, this is what 95% of the time happens with big companies. And as I said, I work for IBM, for GE, and a few others. And this is the case. When I join work, I have to sign. And I told them, look, but I'm an inventor. I have like 3 or 4 patents granted in US under my name, and I plan to do more. Yeah. I said, well, we don't care, Pablo. I mean, this is the way it is. So luckily, in the place I work now, they have another view, and they respect a lot, individuals and employees. And so there's a very clear path and reward for inventors. I don't know if that answered, or you were looking for other aspects.
Yes, I did. Is it okay if I share a story of mine about innovation?
Sure, of course.
So we developed a smart trolley. This trolley basically, I think so, it's there in Western regions, but not in Middle Eastern region. It's not very common. The smart trolley had a barcode scanner. Basically, what we could do is when we go through the aisles, whatever products we wanted, we could scan them, and then they could give the calorie count. They could give us the money, how much it costed, and the calorie count, and the healthy food items that we could make out of it, like the dishes that we could make through these items. So this was for our health sciences project. And then we developed this, and then we went to Expo 2020. Our project got selected. We were among the top 50 people where our projects got selected. But after that, I think so, we didn't have exact, I feel like this is what I learned with this whole experience, is that we didn't have exact calculation of how much the prototype would calculate, like how much the products would be for each part. So I think so that was our shortcoming in that project. But yeah, this is what we developed.
Well, that's great. That's great initiative. The other thing, I mean, if this helps, the other thing I learned a lot also is that, when you come up with a great idea, you're very focused on your idea, right? They said, well, this is great, and this can help so many people. And then sometimes when you're not reaching where you want to reach, you start asking about why. I don't understand. This is great. This can help this company. Why this company is not listening, or why they're not coming back to us. And is that, like, you have to be smart about it, because companies, you have to think they are into day-to-day work. They have the pressures. They have to meet KPIs. They have to meet financial goals, and you come with something that is half-baked, right? You're in the prototype stage, so it's not really ready, and they don't have a process internally to work with you, right? So that's why many startups, they get discouraged, because they get exposed too early to companies, right? So sometimes in your case, maybe, yeah, it makes sense to make a startup if you're ready for that, right? So you go through like this process of incubation, and then you pitch to investors, et cetera, et cetera. You can reach that, you can go that route if you want, but it's a lot of work, and it's a full-time job, yeah? But what I've seen in the past is this, startups, they have an idea, it's good, nobody denies it's good, but it's not ready, and it needs a lot of work, and companies will not, 99% of the times, companies, especially big companies, cannot understand this. They want something that is ready and they can use tomorrow, Yeah.
So basically, the
So
prototype should be ready before we go further with the idea or show it to some companies.
yes, yes, for sure, for sure. But also even showing the idea to some companies, it might not be the right next step. Because as I said, the companies cannot do anything with that. They might say, oh, this could help us. Okay, but you don't have the infrastructure to support it, right? You don't have the technical support. You don't have the infrastructure to support that. So usually, some companies, what they do, they go through an incubation process. They get maybe seed funding or angel investor funding, right? And then they make a better prototype, and then they talk about production, etc. So you can go to companies, but it will demotivate you. It will take all your energy away, and you will after 6 months you will not have reached much usually. So this is what my best advice. You have to be ready when you go to companies. Plus, companies are very picky, and they want you to speak their language, right? If you're not speaking their language, even I heard some companies tell to startups, well, you have done no research on my industry, you know nothing about me, and you pretend me to buy in your idea. So it's like I said, for one of the lessons I learned, the business side is as or more important sometimes than your invention or your idea, right? So make sure that you are having a strategy, a business strategy when you go to companies. Yeah, just don't go just like this, and have a very clear thing in mind. For example, if you're going to go and pitch for investment, then you could do some trials for free for some companies, so they give you some feedback. So when you go to the investor, feedback. Look, I went to Carrefour, and this is what the general, the operational manager said. If I had this in production today, I would buy, I don't know, 1 million units. So you can use this prototype for this kind of thing, but don't use a prototype and expect companies to say, "Oh, it's great. I will take it over. I will do all your homework, and I will, and I will buy a lot." And no, this doesn't happen.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Let's move on. We have another question here from Shagufta. Please go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon, Doctor. Thank you for your presentation. First of all, let me introduce myself. I'm from HR management major, College of Business, and I noted a few questions for you, if it is all right for you to answer. First of all, Michael J. Fox is one of my favorite actors growing up days, and I understand that you got inspired by the electronic shoe that he had put on. But in that moment, I just thought, while watching that scene, didn't you think that if they incorporated that idea in the movie, that means probably they already have an innovative idea of beforehand, before applying it in the movie, and that could have been applied before you went ahead with your innovative idea to Nike? Didn't that draw you back?
No, first of all, in 1989, that concept did not exist in the market, and I had it did not exist in R&D, and years later that assumption was confirmed. So my patent is from 1987. So this is the first patent in the world for this. Nike, their patent is from 2009. Okay. So Nike actually started thinking seriously about this years after I came with this idea. So when I came with this idea, and I don't want to sound arrogant, but I think I was ahead of my time somehow. And they started, why they did this? Because the people, the fans, they put pressure on Nike and told Nike, look, we want the same as the movie. And there was a massive movement. We want the same as the movie. And then they put money and resources. and they came up with their own patent that had some elements of my patent, but I could not challenge because it's impossible for me as an individual to challenge a giant corporate like Nike, right? I cannot sue Nike for having elements. Of course, it was not the same, but it had a lot of elements from my patent that were being breached. Okay, so I was sure that this did not exist in the market, and actually it did not. If you see the history of Nike, they didn't start to think about this into after 2000, the year 2000, and my patent was 87. So I had no problem with that. Plus also it was a hobby, right? I mean, as an inventor, you do things also out of passion, right? So, and as I said, I took many years, so I didn't. It was not a race for me to come and make it first. It was just like a side project. And then when it was done, I realized that it was still not invented in the world, and then I could apply for a patent, and the patent was granted. So that was the thought process, I would say.
So that brings me to my second question, if I'm allowed. So when you went ahead with your idea to Nike, that really shows your confidence and courage to come along with such idea and go to such a giant company because you believed in what you did. So while watching or listening to you, I thought in that scenario, it's like Nike stole your idea and incorporated.
Yeah, let me. That's a great question. That's a great question. Let me.
Idea and came along in the market. It's like as if they got pressure from the customers. That's fine, but they probably couldn't believe that even before they invented or came along in the market with such idea, one young guy comes along courageously, braveheart, and just put forward his idea. That's very commendable of you, I believe.
Let me tell you my side of the story. So my wife told me the same. They stole your idea. I personally think it's not the case because I mean their final version was much more advanced than mine. Okay, and at the time I went to them, they were not even thinking about this. Now I had another confirmation that this was not behind the scenes, because I did not tell you this in the story, but I will tell you now. Okay, I was living in Uruguay and I traveled to Argentina because Argentina was at the time like the hub for South America for Nike. But I didn't meet an Argentinian, right? I was very lucky. I met a guy that he had worked in the US, and he was not any guy, right? He was general manager. Previously in US, he was the project manager for Nike Air. So everybody knows about Nike Air, right? And Nike Air is not also an invention from Nike, it's from an inventor from outside. But in that case, what they did is they brought the inventor inside the company to work along the researchers, and they launched Nike Air. So the person I talked to in Argentina was really like a very high profile guy inside the company, because he had been project manager for all the cycle for Nike Air, right? And when I put the shoe in the table and activate it, and the shoe starts auto-lacing automatically, the guy couldn't disguise his face. He said, "Pablo, this is amazing. This is great. But I don't have the last word. I cannot tell you now, yes, we'll take it on. I have to check with US, right?" And then in US, the people that reply are the lawyers, okay? So what I think happened is that they had no idea. They were not thinking about this, I really don't think they stole the idea, but they said, well, might be a good idea for the future. And then when they got the pressure from the market, it all clicked. But it doesn't matter. I mean, for me, I did not get any financial benefit, but I got a tremendous benefit from another side. It was my first patent. my first learning experience. I was also in 2015, when there was a commemoration of Nike in 2015 in the film. I was recognized in my country as being the inventor of the first electric auto lacing in the world and having the first patent. And this allowed me also to continue my innovation career, right? So I got a lot of side benefits, though I didn't get the financial benefit, right? So for me, it's fine. I really don't think they stole it, but they what is true is they use some of the elements of my patent without permission. That's true. Yeah, that's true. And even some of my lawyers told me, but there's no way I can, I could have ever dispute this by any legal means. So I let it pass, and it's fine. It's okay.
Yeah. Let's start concluding with this session. Sorry, would you have some parting comments or some further questions, Agufta, still you want to mention? But we're already 20 minutes out of time, so let's start wrapping it up. Is it okay to send you email later, Pablo? Is it
sure,
okay?
Sure. This week I will not be available. I'm taking some days off, but as from next week, for sure, Professor. Yes, of course.
Yeah. It would be nice to continue the discussion. And I would also like to thank you very much. It's been a very good experience, and this is of course something that a lot of our students are thinking their own journeys, and I think this is very, very helpful, very personal journey description. So very happy to hear that.
If you allow me, I just want to just say the last message or the last thing that helped me, and maybe it can help others. Maybe I'm not sure, but I think that now in university is a great time to explore, right? And I think you should take every advantage you have to do internships if you can, to work on side projects, to explore as much as possible. Don't just keep only the curriculum, that you have to study. Don't do this. Explore a lot of things before you go into the market. Because sometimes what happens if you go into the market, you have your first job, and then maybe you're in your first job for 1 or 2 years, then you want to change, and then they will ask you, what did you do in these 2 years? Oh, you were working on this. Okay, so they will try to put you in this field, right? And maybe then this drives a little bit your career. Is a bit difficult then to steer out. It's not impossible, but it's sometimes difficult. Yeah, and so what I think is that also employers, the smart employers, they value a lot. Even when I see CVs of young candidates, for me the most important thing, it's your motivation. Did you do a project, for example, the trolley project? For me, this is a great candidate, right? This person, she was not just doing the things from her class. She went a step further. She's going to participate in 2020. She's thinking of a startup. This shows a lot to employees, right? Imagine you have 2 CVs from 2 students, right? Same courses, same classes, same things, right? How do I differentiate? How do I know which one is good, which one is not so good, or which one I want from my team? How do I know? I know this because of your attitude. I know this because of your curiosity, and I know this because of the projects you participated. So the projects tells a lot about the person. This person is curious. He wants to do more. He wants to explore. He's not content with following the masses. He wants to be unique. He takes risks. So for me, this is the most important thing. Just the last thing I wanted to share, if it's of any help.
Okay, thank you very much. And I really appreciate that parting comment as well, something we're also trying to tell our students, and kind of extracurricular CV in addition to your, kind of formal CV. Extremely important to get a good job in a good company, extremely important. Yeah, very good. Anyway, thank you very much, and we will continue being in touch with you, and we will share your contact to the participants here, and hopefully can that be something very beginning of a very good relationship. So yeah,
thank you very much.
Stories. Thank you, and thank you everybody for coming. And I will talk to you next week then again on the next talk. And we have the recording. We can also share with you, Pablos. And
thank you very much. Have a good afternoon. A pleasure. Bye bye.